हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज है 2 जुलाई यानी कि बृहस्पतिवार यानी कि थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन जो है वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम हर रोज भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज हम विष्णु भगवान की पूजा करेंगे और एक मंत्र का सिंपल सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन। तो हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर को यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे मर्जी इसको करना चाहें, आपके पास माला है या अपने मन में आप करना चाहें, आप फ्री समझिए, कैसे भी आप करिए, लेकिन 11 दफा करना है। हर थर्सडे को, हर बृहस्पतिवार को अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान का नमन करना जरूरी है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और इस काउंटर को हम अपने पास रखते हैं और शुरू हो जाते हैं अपना भगवान विष्णु की आराधना के लिए। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमारा दिन शुभ है, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं, वैसे ही हम इसकी भी कामना करते हैं कि आपका दिन भी मंगलमय और शुभ रहे। इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम अभी यहाँ पे बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार।
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic Cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, the Claude Design, it is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by a handwritten manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. No, so this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Is your ambition actually clouding your strategic vision? In the modern C-suite hustle culture, this is often the default, but true sustainable growth requires a different kind of strength. While this may sound like philosophy, it is the ultimate executive mindset hack for navigating high-stake business environment. Today we explore how practicing detached ambition help leaders strip away the noise, ego-driven decisions, and stress of external validation to find the absolute clarity. Let's go. How many of you had a night where you couldn't sleep because your mind was racing with spreadsheets, potential failures, or the desperate need to make this quarter the biggest one yet? You are a leader, you are a normal leader, you're supposed to be in control. You believe that your grip on the business, every process, every detail, every outcome is the only thing keeping the ship from sinking. But what if I told you that your grip is actually the very thing that is slowing your growth? Welcome to the paradox of leadership. We are told that to succeed, we must possess, we must accumulate, and we must force outcomes. But today, we are looking at a different model of high performance leadership, one rooted in ancient wisdom that is arguably more relevant for today's C suite than any other modern management book or framework. We're diving into chapter 2, verse 55 of Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts: when one is in a divine consciousness, one gives up all desires arising from the mind and finds satisfaction in the self alone. And the quote close. I know it sounds like a monk's vow, but not a business strategy. Let's stay with me. Let us proceed further and let's decode this. This is a secret to detached ambition. And by the end of this video, you will see why letting go might be the most aggressive growth strategy you have ever implemented. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our breakdown. Let's talk about the hero CEO syndrome. We live in a world that praises the founder who works 100 hours a week. We celebrate the leader who is in the weeds, making every single decisions. But what happens, when you are as a leader become a bottleneck? When you are obsessively attached to the outcome, when you need the deal to close, when you need the stock to hit a certain price to feel good about yourself, your decision making become extremely compromised. When you have a need, a burning, desperate desire, you act from fear. You become risk averse. You stop innovating because you're too afraid of losing what you have already built. You stop listening to your team because you are too busy proving your own brilliance. In this state of mind, as the Gita calls it, which is full of noise, it's craving validation, it's fearing judgment, and it is calculating the probability of failure. And when your mind is filled with that kind of a noise, you cannot see the market clearly, you cannot see your team clearly. So, what does the Gita actually means when it says to give up desires arising from the mind? Does it mean you should stop caring about the profit? Should you stop wanting to grow your business? Absolutely not. This isn't a call to apathy, it's a call to clarity. The desire arising from the mind are ego based desires. The need for external validation, the need to be the smartest person in the room, the need for the company to succeed so that you look good. When you detach from the ego driven outcome, you aren't quitting the game. You are finally playing it without the emotional baggage that makes you sloppy. Think about an athlete in the zone. If tennis player is thinking about trophy, the press, the money during the match, they miss the ball. They have to let go of the desires for the win to actually perform the action necessary to win. In business, equivalent is this: be fully committed to the work, the strategy, and the values, but be detached from the anxiety of the result. And here is a paradox: when you stop being desperate for the outcome, you actually become better at achieving it. Why? There are a few reasons. First, you gain strategic perspective. When you aren't paralyzed by the fear of losing, you make bolder decisions. You can look at the failing project and cut it without personal shame. You can pivot faster because your identity isn't tied to the original plan. Second, you create an empowered culture. When you stop micromanaging, you stop signaling that you don't trust your team. When you lead from a place of inner satisfaction, knowing you are enough regardless of the Q3 numbers, you become a calm leader. And in a chaotic market, a calm leader is the most valuable asset in the company. Third, you find sustainable energy. Burnout comes from chasing some sort of result. It is the constant treadmill of needing more, being more, having more. When you find satisfaction in the self, a stable sense of worth independent of your P&L statement, you stop burning the candle at the both ends. You lead with endurance, not just spikes of frantic energy. So, friends, how do you actually apply this on a Monday morning? There are a few things I would like to suggest, starting with the outcome audit. That is the first one. Before your next high stake meeting, ask yourself: am I attached to this outcome because it is what the best for the business, or because I'm afraid of what people will think if I fail? Identify the fear and name it. That alone takes away its power. Number two, focus on the process, not the outcome. Shift your internal metrics. Don't wake up thinking about the stock price or the quarterly target. Wake up thinking about the quality of your leadership decisions and the culture you are building. You control the process, the market determines the outcome. Focus on what you control. And number three, lastly, the stillness practice. Every day, take 10 minutes, no phone, no email, no team, just you. This isn't just about relaxing, it's about reconnecting with a sense of self that is separate from your title. If you can be satisfied in the silence, you will be the unstoppable in the boardroom. Leadership is not about how tightly you hold the reins, it's about how clearly you see the path. So, when you let go of the ego driven desires, you don't shrink, you actually expand. You become the kind of leader who can weather any storm because your foundation is built on something that can't be shaken by a market downturn or a bad press cycle. You find satisfaction in the self, and from that place, you lead your team, your company, and your industry with vision that is sharper, bolder, and more effective than ever before. So let go of the need, and you will finally gain the power. So, friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deeper into how to integrate these principles into your daily executive routine, hit the subscribe button and check the link in the description for my newsletter. Let's lead from a place of strength, not noise. And, friends, have a nice week ahead. I will see you in the next one. Bye for now. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the Lunar Reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secrets. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, the crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज बुधवार का दिन है। आज का दिन गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित होता है, आप सबको पता है इस बारे में। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान की पूजा करके। तो गणेश जी का मंत्र उच्चारण करेंगे और हर रोज की तरह हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। आपको पता ही है काउंटर, इसमें नंबर्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक नंबर्स आ जाते हैं, तो ये हमें काफ़ी सहायता करता है अपने गिनती करने में। लेकिन आप किसी भी तरीके से जो आपको कंफर्टेबल हो, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं और अपनी उंगलियों पे भी गिन सकते हैं, क्योंकि सिर्फ 11 बारी करना है, तो आराम से आप जैसे भी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ के हम भगवान का ध्यान करते हैं और एक छोटा सा मंत्र 11 दफ़ा हम उसका उच्चारण करेंगे। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 ओम गण गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गण गणपते नमः। तो हमारा भगवान की स्तुति आप समाप्त हुई। हमारा आज का जो हम दिन शुरू करना चाहते हैं वो हम अच्छी तरह स्टार्ट करें, यही हमारी प्रार्थना है। आपका भी दिन अच्छी तरह बीते। इस कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface cost a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida based startup called MaxSpace has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the max space important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kemmer, MaxSpace is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable on the moon. Well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But MaxSpace design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number 3 is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby, marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon base phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Starlab, in fact, the Voyager, you may be knowing, is the company behind this Starlab space station, and has made a multi-million-dollar investment in MaxSpace to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these max space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove it their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky, or rather the lunar South Pole, is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases, as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, the question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In this video, we dive into the bizarre world of super puff planet celestial bodies that are so incredibly low density that they defy our current understanding of the physics and planetary formation. Astronomers have recently identified these strange worlds orbiting distant stars, and the science behind them is turning the world of astronomy upside down. Are these planets made of gas, or is it something else going on here? Join us as we explore the mystery of these impossible. Let's go. For millennia, humanity has looked at the stars and assumed we understood the rules of the game. Gravity pulls things together, pressure builds up, and the planet forms into a dense solid sphere. It's a cosmic certainty. But what if I told you we have found planet that doesn't follow these rules? What if we found the worlds that are essentially giants floating balls of fluff? Today we're talking about super puff planets. These are worlds with the density of cotton candy, defying the laws of the physics as we know them today. They shouldn't exist according to our current models of the planetary formation. Yet, there they are, orbiting distant stars. Today, we are going to peel back the curtain on these astrophysical mystery and ask, how can the planet be less dense than the very air we breathe? So, friends, let's dive in. To understand why these planets are so mind-bending, we need to talk about one of the concept in physics, which is density. In simple terms, density is how much stuff you can cram into a certain amount of space. Think of steel, marble versus marshmallow. They might be the same size, but one is clearly denser than the other. Is our solar system, we have the gas giants, Jupiter and Saturn. They are massive, they are huge, but because they are so big, their own gravity crushes their core, making them relatively dense. Even though they are made of gas, they aren't fluffy, they are compressed. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know the name of your city or country from where you have tuned in and watching this video. Now let's proceed further on our breakdown. We have these super puffs. Imagine a planet the size of Jupiter, but with the mass of a small rock or a handful of cotton candy. If you were to, take the average density of these worlds, we are talking about numbers so low they seems like error in the data. We are talking about materials with densities lower than the styrofoam. When astronomers first saw this, they didn't think, oh, look at this new planet. They thought, my telescope must be broken. Here is a problem: the gravity. Gravity is the architect of the universe. It pulls everything towards the center. If you have a planet that is the size of a gas giant, gravity should be crushing the gas down into a dense, compact sphere. What is the standard recipe of a planet? This is exactly what we know so far. But these super puffs, they are defied this principle against the squeeze. They are puffed up to a size that, by all right, should have caused them to collapse under their own weight long ago. It's like trying to build a skyscraper out of thin air without a frame to hold it. The physics tells us that these planets should have either collapsed into denser version of themselves, or their atmosphere should have been blown away by the stellar radiation of their parent star long ago. So why are they still here? Why haven't these evaporated yet? Why haven't these collapsed yet? This is the central conflict. It is a challenge to our established understanding of how solar system matures. And just like in like the corporate world, when the system doesn't work the way it's supposed to, we have to reevaluate the strategy. So in this case, the strategy is astrophysics, and we might need a new playbook or a new theory. So how do we explain this? Scientists have proposed few theories, and they are fascinating. Theory number one is the rings. What if we are looking at a ring of a planet, not the planet itself? If the planet has a massive dusty ring system tilted towards us, it might look much larger than it actually is, throwing off our density calculation. It's an optical illusion of the cosmic proportion. Theory number 2, atmospheric haze. Maybe the planet isn't puffy in the sense of being light, but it's shrouded in a massive thick layer of high altitude dust or haze that makes it appear large to our instrument than it really is. We are measuring the edge of the dust, not the planet's surface. Theory number 3, the age. These might just be very young planets. When a planet forms, it's incredibly hot. That heat creates pressure pushing outwards against the gravity. Maybe these are just the toddler planet that haven't cooled down and contracted yet. They are hot, energetic, and still expanding. The beauty of this mystery is that it proves we don't have all the answers yet. That is an exciting place to be. Every time we find something that shouldn't exist, we are forced to evolve our theories. Whether it is in business, philosophy, or astrophysics, the moment we stop questioning our assumption is the moment we stop growing. These cotton candy planets are a reminder that the universe is far more creative than our models. They challenge us to look at things closer, much closer, to develop better sensors, and to question the data we take for granted. We are currently living in the golden age of exoplanet discovery. With every new impossible world we find, we aren't just finding a new planet, we are expanding the definition of what is possible and what is not. Perhaps the lesson here is one of the equanimity. When the data doesn't match the expectation, don't panic, observe, analyze, and refine your approach. If a planet can be made of cotton candy, surely we can handle the challenge of our own modern lives. So, friends, what do you think? Going on with these super puff planets, are they rings? Are they young, or something else entirely? Let me know your theories in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this journey into the weird corner of the cosmos, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell to join us on our next deep dive. I'm CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Until then, keep looking up. Hello, friends. Let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. All right. So this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The words identify three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which require consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. Three, the goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And, there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mention, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from Sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice lead to happiness and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest, but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement. It was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanurveda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son, Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of Dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the verse revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamdhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamadagni's story reminds us that every new generation must wield its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry, dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamadagni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but actually it is kind of a two-face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agnis insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agnis, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry-level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry-level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future-proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on the job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title and then you look at the list of demands and the math just don't add up. it feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality. It's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So friends, if you've reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job, data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails, are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day 1. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title. They are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So, if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number 2, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number 3, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level job is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So, if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately? Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best.
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी, ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, is Mars actually resource poor? While the red planet has plenty of dust and iron, building a self-sustaining high-tech civilization requires rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on the Martian surface. In this video, we dive deep into the latest research explaining why the asteroid mining isn't just a sci-fi dream. It is a mandatory pillar for the future of Martian economy as well as the Martian colony of humans on the surface of Mars. From platinum group metals to essential rare earth element, we explore the logistics of the space-to-space supply chain and why the first trillionaires will likely be those who bridge the gap between the asteroid belt and the Martian colonies. Let us explore this further. Imagine it's the year 2050. We have a city on Mars known as Argyre City. It had several domes, hydroponic farms, and thousands of residents. But there is a silent crisis brewing. To build the next generation of quantum computers for the city's grid or to repair an advanced medical scanner in the colony's hospital, we need something Mars simply doesn't have: rare earth metals and platinum group elements. Mars is often called the Earth's twin, sort of, but geologically it's a very different beast. While Mars has iron, aluminum in abundance, it lacks the billions of years of complex plate tectonics and the hydrothermal activity that concentrated the rare minerals into ore bodies on the surface of the Earth. Today we are exploring why the dream of self-sustaining Martian civilization will fail without a strategic industrial backyard, which is the asteroid belt. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Why can't we just ship it from Earth? To understand the Martian economy, you have to understand the gravity well. Earth is a massive planet with a deep gravity well. To launch a single kilogram of material from Earth to Mars costs thousands of dollars in fuel and the specialized hardware. And we also have to understand the economic well. The shipping heavy industrial equipment or bulk raw materials from Earth is a recipe for bankruptcy. And there is also a distance problem. We can only launch every 26 months when the planet aligns. A Martian colony cannot wait for 2 years for a spare part made of iridium or palladium, etc. This is where the asteroid belt comes in. It sits next door to Mars, and more importantly, it has almost zero gravity. It is energetically cheaper to bring a massive asteroid to Martian orbit than it is to bring to a small crate of supplies from surface of the Earth. The recent study suggested that for Mars to move beyond a frontier outpost and become a true economy, it needs a steady supply of materials that are rare on its surface. Platinum groups metals, which are also known as PGMs, these elements like platinum, palladium, iridium, and essentially these are high in demand for high-end electronics, fuel cells, and chemical catalysts. There are other things like volatiles. While Mars have water ice, asteroids are rich in ammonia and hydrocarbons, which are the building blocks of advanced fertilizers and plastics. Then there are third advantage here, which is the structural need. To build a massive radiation shielded city, we need specialized alloys. Asteroid like 16 Psi or literal metal worlds containing more iron, nickel and gold than all the mines on Earth combined. In this mandatory Martian economy, the surface of Mars is for living, but the space around Mars is for manufacturing. Imagine orbital refineries circling the red planet. Robotic tugboats capture the small metal-rich asteroids and bring them into Mars orbit. Here in 0G, we can actually use concentrated solar mirrors to melt the rocks and extract pure metals. We have to, at this point, also talk about 0G manufacturing. Some materials are actually easier to produce in space because you don't have to fight gravity. There are several advantages also which is related to logistics. Mars becomes the administrative and residential hub, while the Martian moon Phobos and Deimos serves as a landing area for these engineers and also for loading docks for asteroids mining fleet. The history tells us that the wealth follow infrastructure. The first trillionaires of the Martian era won't just be those who build the houses. They will be the ones who control the supply chain of rare minerals. And then therefore there will be era of strategic alliances. We are already seeing the groundwork for this today with partnership between legacy aerospace companies and AI driven startup focusing on agentic AI, which are autonomous systems that can mine those rocks without human intervention. Then it will also create economic sovereignty. For a Martian colony to be truly independent of Earth, it must control its own resources. Asteroid mining provides the resource independence, and therefore Martian colony can become a separate country, sort of separate from Earth. Building a city on Mars is arguably the hardest thing humanity will ever attempt. It is not just a feat of engineering, it is the feat of economics. A Martian city without asteroid mining is just a high-tech camp on life support. But a Martian city with asteroid mining, that a civilization becomes much more advanced and will be resource rich. It's the moment we stop being visitors in space and start being a truly multi-planetary species. So the next time when you look at a shooting star, don't just see a streak of light, see the steel, gold and the future of our next home. My name is EK. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of space and strategy. In case you have any opinion or a question, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the month was June, year was 2024. NASA's Curiosity rover accidentally crushed a rock in the Gale crater on Mars, revealing something scientists never expected, and that was pure elemental sulfur. While sulfur is common on Mars in compounds, finding it in its native form has a massive implication, not just for Martian geology, but for how we understand the resource scarcity on Earth. Let us go and discuss this further. Nearly 2 years ago, in month of June, NASA Curiosity rover was doing what it does best, exploring the channels in the Gale crater. It was just another day on the red planet until the rover 6-ton frame rolled over a seemingly ordinary rock. The rock cracked, but instead of a usual red dust, Curiosity camera sent back something that made scientists at NASA jump out of their seats. Inside the shattered stone was a cluster of bright yellow crystals, pure elemental sulfur. Now you might be thinking, so what? We have sulfur on Earth. But here is the thing, while Mars is covered in sulfates, which is sulfur mixed with other elements, scientists had never seen a pure sulfur on the planet before. It wasn't supposed to be there. This discovery was a geological impossible find. But while the scientists are geeking out over the chemistry, energy analysts back on Earth starting doing a different kind of math. Because right now in 2026, sulfur isn't just a yellow rock. It has become one of the most critical material for the future of our planet's energy. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. To understand why a rock on Mars matters to your power bill, we have to look at what's happening on Earth right now. Well, there is a global crisis, especially in 2026, especially related to sulfur. For decades, we took sulfur for granted. On Earth, we didn't mine sulfur directly anymore. We get it as a byproduct of refining oil and natural gas. But as the world shifts towards green energy, we are refining less fossil fuel. At the same time, demand is skyrocketing. In early 2026, we hit a triple supply shock. Number one, Middle East conflict. Blockades in the Strait of Hormuz have cut off 45% of the world's seaborne sulfur trade. Number two, export bans. Major producers like Russia, China, and Turkey have extended export bans to protect their own domestic supply. Number three, the price spike. In just the last few months, sulfur price have surged by nearly 40% in the US and over 70% in some of the Asian markets. In Indonesia and in the DRC, the cost to process the metal we need for batteries has now nearly doubled because sulfur, specifically sulfuric acid, has become so expensive. We are in a structural bull market for sulfur that most people didn't see coming. This is where the Martian discovery gets interesting. Why do we need so much sulfur? It's not just for the fertilizers anymore. It's for the holy grail of energy storage, which is lithium sulfur batteries, LIS. The standard lithium ion battery are great, but they are reaching their physical limits. LIS batteries, which is lithium sulfate, however, are the next frontier. They can potentially hold 5 times more energy than the batteries in your phone or Tesla today. NASA themselves have been developing these for Mars mission because they are lighter and much more powerful. But there is a catch to making these batteries at a global scale. We need massive, stable supply of highly purified sulfur. And right now, Earth's supply is shrinking just as the battery demand is accelerating with dual engines. When Curiosity found a literal field of pure sulfur on Mars, it proved that the universe can create massive concentrated deposits of this material without the need for the biological life or petroleum-based refining. Now, I'm not saying that we are going to start shipping sulfur back from Mars tomorrow. The shipping cost would be astronomical. But the discovery changes the Martian economy. If humans are going to live on Mars, we need in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. This means using what's already there. Before this find, we thought that we had to bring sulfur from Earth or go through a complex chemical processing to get it to what we needed. Now we know there are literal piles of yellow gold just sitting on the surface. For batteries, we could build energy storage on Mars using local materials. For rocket fuel, sulfur can be a key component in chemical processing. For agriculture, Martian greenhouses will need sulfur-based fertilizers to grow food. This discovery effectively de-risks the cost of human expansion. It turns Mars from a scientific curiosity into a viable industrial outpost. So how does the Curiosity sulfur find shake Earth market? It serves as a massive wake-up call. It reminds us that the sulfur is no longer just a byproduct or a waste material. It is now a critical energy material. The fact that NASA is finding pure sulfur on another planet while we are struggling with sulfur squeeze here on Earth highlights a massive shift in our global economy. Companies are no longer looking at sulfur as a cost item. They are looking at it as an investment item. We are seeing a move towards solid state batteries and recycling technologies that treat sulfur as a precious resource. Curiosity's happy accident in Gale crater isn't just a win for geology. It is a glimpse into future where the resources of the red planet might just be the blueprint for the survival of the green planet. The next time you look at the Mars, don't just see a desert, see a laboratory, see as a mine, and see the fuel for the next century of human progress. I'm CK. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a master class for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance. And we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. Quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises. What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is detached decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation. They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self-audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high-stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long-term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number 2, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number 3, lead from the core. When you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you are not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you'll probably notice that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly, whether you should be buying, selling, or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long-term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city. It's a structural growth story. Whether you are looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely, this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one. Friends, with the recent proclamation imposing a substantial fee on H-1B visas, the US is making it more challenging for companies to hire foreign workers from abroad. And when I say abroad, it's basically outside of US. This major shift in policy is poised to trigger a significant new waves of job opportunities with a career boom for Indians professionals. Why? Simply because the reverse brain drain is going to happen. What opportunities are going to be created? Let's go and explore this further. Hello and welcome. For decades, the H-1B visas has been the golden ticket for thousands of Indian professionals, a pathway to the American dream. But a recent dramatic change in the US policy, a staggering increase in the annual H-1B visa fee, is poised to disrupt this long-standing tradition. The question on everybody's mind is, what does this mean for Indian talent? Today, we are not here to talk about this setback. We are here to talk about a strategic inflection point and a massive new career boom for India. The very policy designed to protect American jobs may in fact be the catalyst that supercharges India's domestic tech and innovation sector. Now let's discuss this further. First, let's get the facts right. The new rule imposed is prohibitive, has a prohibitive annual fee of nearly 100,000 US dollars on H-1B visas. Now this is for new visas as well as renewals. For context, the previous fee ranged from $2,000 to $5,000. This isn't just a fee hike, it is a monumental shift that fundamentally changes the economics of hiring foreign talent for US companies. The why from the US perspective is, this is aimed to discourage companies from using the H-1B program to replace US workers with cheaper foreign labor. The immediate impact, however, is this will make it financially unviable for many companies, especially small and medium-sized ones, to sponsor H-1B visas. The traditional offshore-onshore model that many Indian IT services companies have used for years is now going to become much more difficult, and therefore the whole process is questionable. For years, India has grappled with the brain drain. Its best and the brightest minds leaving for opportunities abroad. But what if the policy forces a brain gain? The new reality is that there are significant number of skilled Indian professionals who are on H-1B track will now have to reassess their career path. Many will find returning to India not just viable option but a far more attractive one. Now, what will happen to the returning talent? Professionals with global experience in cutting-edge fields like AI, machine learning, and data sciences will bring invaluable skills and knowledge back to India. Now, this influx of experienced professionals will enrich India's domestic talent pool, making it more competitive and innovation-driven. The narrative is shifting now. The ultimate marker of success is no longer a job in Silicon Valley, but the opportunity to build a world-class company in India. The fee hike has a direct effect on US companies, with the cost of sending an employee to US skyrocketing. These firms will increasingly turn to offshoring. This is a massive win for India's Global Capability Centers, or GCC. Accelerating offshoring basically means that the US companies will expand their operations in India, creating high value jobs, research and development and engineering. And India is also going to become hub for R&D. India is poised to become a global hub for research and development and innovation. Investment that was once funneled into H-1B visa costs will now be redirected into building out a robust teams and infrastructures in India. The infusion of returning talent and increased investment will act as a turbocharger for India's already burgeoning startup ecosystem. We will see more deep tech companies, more patents, more globally competitive products and services originating from India. So how do you capitalize on this unprecedented career boom? Focus on building a strong skill set in high demand areas. The opportunities in India are growing at incredible pace. Number two is consider a long term potential for career back home. The salary and the growth opportunities in India are now more competitive than ever, and you will get to be a part of a historic movement. This is a time to invest in India's talent pool. The density of top tier talent is increasing, and the cost arbitrage when compared to the new H1B visa fee is astronomical. In a world where geopolitical shift can change economic landscape overnight, India has a unique opportunity. This isn't just about policy change, it's about a fundamental shift in the global talent dynamic. By embracing this change, India can stop being a talent exporter and become a global leader in innovation and technology. The future is bright and it is being built right here, right now in India. So, friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, any questions, please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you very soon in the next one.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with the golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven extraction, Some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So, before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's understand the coffee more. So, physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling and experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicists modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium alike to soil or sandstone and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, Remember, it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। हम सब जानते हैं कि जो मार्केट की अनिश्चितता है, जो कभी भी स्टेबल नहीं रहता है और बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो बिल्कुल अनस्टेबल रहती हैं मार्केट में, जैसे कि आपके डिजिटल डिसरप्शन जो हो रहा है और कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि गवर्नमेंट कभी नई पॉलिसीज लेके आती है। तो ऐसे बदलते हुए एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर एक महान सीईओ और एक अच्छा नेतृत्व वाला सीईओ में डिफरेंस क्या है? क्या ये सिर्फ स्ट्रेटजी है या लीडरशिप रेजिलियंस है? ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढने के लिए हम भगवत गीता का सहायता लेंगे और ये जानेंगे कि हमारी लीडरशिप को कैसे हम इतना स्ट्रांग बना दें कि वो बिल्कुल अनचेंजिंग सेल्फ की तरह और एक सिद्धांत के तरह सामने आए और कोई भी लीडर अगर इस चीज़ को फॉलो करे तो कुछ भी हो जाए, किस तरह का भी मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी हो जाए, लेकिन लीडरशिप पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। ये जानिए कैसे होगा। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। देखिए दोस्तों, जो मार्केट का जो नॉइज होता है कभी नहीं रुकता, जो शोरगुल होता है वो कभी नहीं रुकता है। ये शोरगुल क्या होता है? जैसे कि क्वार्टरली प्रोजेक्शंस होते हैं, इसमें प्रोजेक्शन कभी ऊपर होते हैं कभी नीचे होते हैं। कॉम्पिटिटर डिसरप्टिवनेस होती है। कॉम्पिटिटर अपने प्रोडक्ट को कभी अच्छा करता है या अपने वैल्यूज को अच्छा करता है। कभी कभी सप्लाई चेन में फ्रैक्चर्स हो जाते हैं और कभी कभी बोर्ड रूम में बहुत अलग तरीके के प्रेशर होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल और डिफरेंट तरीके के प्रेशर हो जाते हैं। ये एक ना रुकने वाला नोटिफिकेशन का शोर है जो हर सीईओ को सुनना पड़ता है और इस जो नोटिफिकेशन है या नॉलेज है या इंफॉर्मेशन है, मार्केट रियलिटी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इससे हमेशा उसको जो सीईओ है उसके दिमाग में ये रहता है, इनपुट रहता है और उससे वो ड्राइव होता है। मतलब अगर ये इनपुट ना हो तो सीईओ को लगता है कि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है मार्केट रियलिटी के बारे में, तो मैं ड्राइव नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ अपने स्ट्रेटेजी को। ये एक बहुत ही हाई फ्रिक्वेंसी हम की तरह महसूस होता है जो सीईओज होते हैं जो इस इनपुट को लेते हैं। लेकिन अगर मैं आपसे बोलूं कि इस ऐसा करने के बजाय, हाइपर विजिलेंट होने के बजाय, अगर आपको इस शोर से दूर होके फिर स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन लेने का मौका मिले, तो क्या आपको लगेगा कि ये एक अच्छा तरीका है, या आपको लगेगा कि इससे हम आगे जा सकते हैं और इस शोर से दूर होके हम डिटैच होके हम डिसीजंस लें तो हमारे लिए ज़्यादा फायदेमंद रहेगा। तो इसी पॉइंट को आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे और हम डिस्कस करेंगे, इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 25 से, जिसमें बहुत ही प्रोफाउंड साइकोलॉजिकल फ्रेमवर्क की व्याख्या की गई है। एंड ये आज मॉडर्न सीईओ के ऊपर एकदम लागू होता है और ये एक मास्टर क्लास की तरह है जो एक एग्जीक्यूटिव स्टेबिलिटी की तरफ आपको ले जाता है अगर आप उसको फॉलो करें। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप हमें कृपया बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, हम इस श्लोक को पढ़ेंगे। अब श्लोक में ये कहा गया है कि अपने जो चीज आपकी इनविजिबल है या इनकंसीवेबल है या अनचेंजेबल है, अगर इसको हम जानते हैं तो इसके ऊपर हमें ज्यादा शोक नहीं करना चाहिए। मतलब हिंदी में आपको थोड़ा सा कन्वर्ट करके बताया मैंने, ये कि संस्कृत में है ये। नाउ अब इसको हम अप्लाई करते हैं अपने बिजनेस लैंग्वेज में, बिजनेस कॉन्टेक्स्ट के अंदर। इसमें क्या होता है कि जो हम बॉडी जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो एक फ्रिजाइल है, इसके अंदर बहुत सारे बॉडी, मतलब कि आपका जो बिजनेस का जो शोर जो आ रहा है, जैसे कि पीएल एंड स्टेटमेंट है जो फ्लक्चुएट करता रहता है, स्टॉक प्राइजेस है जो हमेशा फ्लक्चुएट करते रहते हैं, ऑफिस स्पेस है, कभी ऑफिस आपको बढ़ाना पड़ता है, कभी आपको कम करना पड़ता है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, कभी कभी उनमें गड़बड़ हो जाती है, नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर भी होता है जो कभी कभी आपकी कंपनी को या आपको आपके लिए मुश्किल पैदा कर सकता है। लेकिन गीता के अनुसार इसको बॉडी कहा गया है क्योंकि बॉडी एक नश्वर है, ये खत्म हो जाती है। तो ये इससे इक्वेट किया गया है कि जो बॉडी है वो तो टेम्परेरी है, तो इसको आप परमानेंट कैसे मान सकते हैं? जो मार्केट जो नॉलेज है, इसको आप कैसे ये मान सकते हैं कि यही एकदम सच है, राइट? तो इससे ये बोलते हैं भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को ये बोलते हैं कि आप जो नश्वर चीज है, जो परमानेंट नहीं है, उसके ऊपर शोक क्यों करते हैं? तो इसी तरह से अगर आज के जो सीईओज हैं, जो मार्केट नॉलेज है, शेयर प्राइसेस है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस है, इसके ऊपर आप क्यों उतना ध्यान देते हैं? अगर इसको ना ध्यान देके बेसिक्स पे ध्यान देंगे तो हो सकता है आपके डिसीजंस अलग तरीके के आए और लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए आए। तो एक तो ये बात होगी। दूसरा ये है कि मोस्ट सीईओज जो हैं, 100% ऑफ द सीईओज वो इसी चीज को देखते हैं। वो लॉन्ग टर्म नहीं देखते, वो देखते हैं कि मार्केट नॉलेज क्या चल रही है, शेयर प्राइस क्या चल रहा है, इस क्वार्टर में क्या होने वाला है। तो उससे क्या होता है कि आपका जो डिसीजंस है दे आर वेरी वेरी नीजर रिएक्शन के हिसाब से होते हैं, और जो आपको मार्केट बता रहा है उसी तरह से आप अपने डिसीजंस लेते हैं। अगर मार्केट आपको बता रहा है कि आप फ्लॉप होने वाले हैं तो आप हाथ पैर मारने लग जाते हैं और अपने आप को भूल जाते हैं। आप ये नहीं समझ पाते कि हमारे अंदर कितनी क्षमता है, और आप मार्केट आपको ही ड्राइव करने लगता है। मतलब मार्केट तो ड्राइव हो रहा है किसी भी तरीके से, लेकिन वो आपको भी ड्राइव करने लगता है, तो आप उसी की चपेट में आ जाते हैं। उससे क्या होता है? उससे ये होता है कि आपके जो डिसीजंस हैं वो गलत हो जाते हैं। अब आती है बात दूसरे शब्द की जो इस श्लोक में दिया गया है, उसका नाम है सेल्फ। सेल्फ का मतलब क्या है? सेल्फ का मतलब है कोर विजन, आपकी कंपनी का, आपका खुद का। और आपकी कंपनी बनी क्यों है? वाई बिहाइंड योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। आपकी कंपनी का काम क्या है? आपकी कंपनी का अनचेंजेबल मिशन क्या है? इनटेंजिबल आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है? चाहे क्वार्टर ग्रोथ 2% हो या 20%, लेकिन ऐसी क्या चीज है जो सेल्फ है, मतलब जो चेंज नहीं होती आपकी कंपनी में, तो उसको ध्यान न देके आप मार्केट वाली जो पहले जो मार्केट का शोर है उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हैं। इसको सेल्फ को केयर नहीं करते, लेकिन जो मार्केट से जो टेम्परेरी इंफॉर्मेशन आती है उस पे आप ज़्यादा ध्यान देते हैं। तो ये जो चीज़ है, ये पहले तो गीता का जब हम श्लोक पढ़ते हैं तो पहले हमें समझना चाहिए कि हम किस चीज़ के बारे में बात करें। तो आज दो चीज़ों के बारे में बात हो रही है, एक है बॉडी, दूसरा है सेल्फ। बॉडी इज मार्केट नॉइज और सेल्फ इज योर स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन एक्सेट्रा। अब आप देखिए, कोई सर्जन है जो एक सीईओ के समान है, कभी भी फियर से पैरालाइज नहीं होता है। मतलब जो पेशेंट पे के ऊपर जो वो काम कर रहे होते हैं, अपना उनके ऊपर उपचार या इलाज कर रहे होते हैं, तो कभी इतना इमोशनल नहीं होते हैं। क्यों? इसका मतलब यही है कि अगर वो इमोशनल हो जाएंगे तो वो पेशेंट की ठीक तरीके से इलाज नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसी तरीके से सीईओ इतना इमोशनल नहीं होना चाहिए मार्केट नॉलेज को लेकर। अपने बेसिक, अपनी सेल्फ के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए और अपने जो स्ट्रेटजी है उसको ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के लिए उसको एक लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेटजी बनानी चाहिए जो बिल्कुल चेंज ना हो, कभी चेंज ना हो, अनचेंजेबल जिसको बोलते हैं। तो भगवान कृष्ण ने बताया कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन, आपकी वैल्यूज बिल्कुल अनचेंजेबल होनी चाहिए। अब इन चीज़ों को हम करेंगे कैसे? अगर आपको आज ये करना हुआ तो ऑब्वियसली एक दिन में तो ये हो नहीं पाएगा। तो चार चीज़ें मैं अपनी तरफ से आपको बताता हूँ जो आपको प्रैक्टिस करनी है। पहला है सेल्फ ऑडिट। आप किसी भी डिसीजन, कोई भी डिसीजन लेने से पहले आप पहले इस सिचुएशन का ऑडिट कर लें। ऑडिट का मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं कोई डिसीजन लेने वाला हूँ या वाली हूँ, तो ये देख लें कि मैं डिसीजन जो ले रहा हूँ लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रख के ले रहा हूँ, या मैं जो मार्केट का नॉइज है, पैनिक होके, फियर के अंदर आके मैं इसको ले रहा हूँ। तो ये ऑडिट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपको 1 मिनट, 5 मिनट, आधा घंटा, 1 घंटा, जितना भी आपको टाइम लगे, इस चीज़ का आप ऑडिट करें और देखें कि मैं शॉर्ट टर्म से इफेक्ट हो रहा हूँ क्या, या मैं लॉन्ग टर्म के को कंसिडर करते हुए इस पे काम कर रहा हूँ। नंबर 2 है प्रैक्टिस रेडिकल एक्सेप्टेंस। आपको ये एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए कि जो अनचेंजेबल है मार्केट के अंदर, वो कभी चेंज नहीं हो सकता, उसको कोई भी हिला नहीं सकता है। उसके उसको कोई भी आ जाए, कितना भी ताकतवर आ जाए, जो अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं उसको आप उसको आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते। तो आपके पावर में ही नहीं है, आपके और किसी के भी पावर में नहीं है। तो पहले उन चीज़ों को आपको समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आपको उस चीज़ की नॉलेज होगी कि ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है जो बदली नहीं जा सकती, तो फिर आपके डिसीजंस बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से आएंगे और रिएक्टिव नहीं होंगे, फियरफुल नहीं होंगे आपके डिसीजंस। तीसरा जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है वो है लीड फ्रॉम द कोर। जब आपके पहले 2 पॉइंट आपने अच्छी तरह कर लिया, आपने ऑडिट कर लिया और आपने ये समझ लिया कि मार्केट में कौन सी अनशेकेबल, अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं, तो फिर आप लीड फ्रॉम द कोर, अपने डिसीजंस जो होंगे अनशेकेबल सीईओज की तरह आप लेंगे और फिर आपको किसी चीज़ की फिक्र नहीं रहेगी। आपके सारे डिसीजंस एकदम लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस पे होंगे, जो आपके ग्रुप को, आपकी कंपनी को, आपको हमेशा पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में लेके जाएंगे, हमेशा रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ देंगे। कभी क्वार्टर ऊपर नीचे होगा, उससे आपको फ़र्क ही नहीं पड़ता है। तो ये आपका हो जाता है, एक बुलेट प्रूफ मैनेजर आप बन जाते हैं और आप बिल्कुल, आपका जो नज़रिया है बात करने का, सोचने का, कंपनी को रन करने का, बिल्कुल बदल जाता है। तो ये जो 2 लाइनें हैं इस श्लोक में, कितना पावरफुल श्लोक है देखिए। अगर आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करें तो आप अनशेकेबल सीईओ बन सकते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके पास कोई क्वेश्चन है या आप और डिटेल में इसके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। और ये भी बताएं कि आपकी कंपनी या आपका ग्रुप कोई क्राइसिस फेस कर रहा है, सो हम आपको उसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं। गीता का जो ज्ञान है उसको यूज़ करके आपको हेल्प कर सकते हैं, हाउ डू यू मूव फॉरवर्ड। और आपको ये भी हेल्प कर सकते हैं कि टेम्परेरी क्या है, परमानेंट क्या है, इस चीज़ का आप आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकें। तो दोस्तों, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं मिलता हूँ आपसे अगले वीडियो में जल्दी। लीड वेल and I will see you again in the next one. Hello friends, you're most welcome. Namaskaram. Is India on the verge of AI led transformation with Reliance Industries leading the charge? In this video, we break down Mukesh Ambani's massive AI gambit from 2026 annual general body meeting and explore how Reliance is pivoting to become the sovereign backbone of Indian digital economy. From unveiling of Reliance Intelligence to the ambitious build out of a massive AI data center in Jamnagar powered by Nvidia. The latest hardware Ambani is being very big, betting very big, and we analyze 110 plus billion investment roadmap, the integration of AI directly into the Geo network, and why Reliance is aiming to make AI for India by India a reality for 1.5 billion people. Let's go. We've all seen the news, but have we truly grasped the scale? The Reliance industry, a titan built on oil, petrochem, and retail, is making a decisive pivot. They are transitioning from telecom giant into a AI first, a group. This isn't just an upgrade; it's a aggressive, calculated AI gambit to become the sovereign backbone of India's digital economy. The question isn't whether they will do it. The question is, are they about to own the future of India's digital landscape? Today, we are deconstructing the strategy, the infrastructure, and the massive shift in the chessboard of Indian technology. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached so far, let us know from which city you have tuned in into this particular video. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's start with the pivot. For years, Geo was about connectivity. It brought the internet to the masses, democratizing access to data. But connectivity is just a commodity. Once everyone is connected, where do you go from there? You go intelligent. Reliance currently, looking at the strategy about embedding AI into the very DNA of the network. They aren't just selling data plans anymore. They are looking to sell the utility of artificial intelligence. Think of it as a shift from electricity, where you just have the power, to smart grid that knows how to optimize your own load. By integrating AI directly into the ecosystem from Jio Bharat platform to their retail arm, they are creating a closed loop system. When you use their network, you are training their models. And when you use their models, you are staying within their network. This is a definition of the digital moat. They are moving the battlefield from the speed of your internet to the capability of AI tools you interact with every single day. If the AI is the engine, data is the fuel, and Reliance has realized something critical. You cannot rely on foreign cloud if you want to rule the Indian market. You need to become sovereign. You need to think sovereignty. And this is why the Jamnagar infrastructure plays a so significant role. We aren't talking about small server farm. We're talking about massive data centers built to house high performance computing hardware that can process AI models at very high scale. By building this sovereign AI backbone, they achieve two things. One, lower latency. Keeping the data local means faster response for the end user. Number two, data sovereignty. In a world where data privacy is the new gold, Reliance is positioning itself as a trusted custodian of Indian digital information. They are effectively building a national AI cloud. And for an enterprise to have the capital and the land to build this at a scale of a country rather than a company is a structural advantage that hard for competitors to match. And here is where the gambit becomes brilliant. Much of the global AI development happens in English for an English speaking audience. Reliance strategy is AI for India by focusing on multilingual models supporting the 22 major languages. They are unlocking the next billion users who were previously excluded from the AI revolution. This is the democratization of intelligence. Imagine a small business owner in a tier 2 city using a voice activated AI built by Reliance that handles their inventory, their accounting, and their customer queries all in their local dialect. This is not just the feature, it is an economic transformation. By lowering the barrier to entry, Reliance isn't just chasing high end, high tech market, they are capturing the entire pyramid of the Indian economy. Now, is this a guaranteed win? No. A gambit, by definition, involves sacrificing a piece to gain a dominant position. And the risks are real. What are the risks? Number one is regulatory scrutiny. As a company becomes the gatekeeper of country's digital infrastructure, regulator naturally start asking questions about the competition and the liability. Number two is execution speed. AI moves at light speed. Can a massive group maintain the agility of a startup? Number three, the competitors. We cannot forget that the global tech giants are also looking at India and they want to set up big firms in India as well. Reliance is betting that their distribution network, the fact that they are already on your phone, your stores, and your homes, is the ultimate trump card. They aren't just selling technology, they are selling the ecosystem. And in the digital age, ecosystems are how you win. To wrap up, the Ambani AI gambit is the most significant corporate shift we have seen in this decade. It's a transition from being a service provider to becoming an architect of our digital reality. Whether this lead to a new era of prosperity or a concentration of power is something we will have to watch closely. And strategy isn't about what you do today, it's about anticipating the world of tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow is being written in code right here in India. I am Chandrakant, and if you found this breakdown valuable, hit the subscribe button, join our community. We are here to decode the shifts that matter. Until next time, friends, keep thinking strategically, and I will see you very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा अपने हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं। और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः, 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 ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा।
A new eye is about to open upon the universe. An eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet
a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a sentinel designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world, but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roman's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4 meter mirror comparable to Hubble's, but paired with the advanced detector, it can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomers a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history. Yet its planetary catalog may prove the most transformative, a reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine, it is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering the timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine, it is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with the world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this uh, live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually, live in a cycle of, various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or, if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental, leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So, friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And, I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. that President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relations with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, spedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. This video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before we our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop a war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple. Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. J.D. Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2-week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari Air Base, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran, Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit, it will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 2 जून का तारीख है आज, और आज तो मंगलवार है। तो आज अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम हनुमान जी की प्रार्थना करेंगे और हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़े और हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करें। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, वर्णव रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरेउ क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा बराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बढ़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे, कवि कोविद कह सके कहाँ थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लील्यो ताही मधुर फल जानू। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांघे अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन ते समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिधि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से सब सुख करई। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साकी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभू। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। चलिए आज अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। नमस्कार।
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from two eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy. In the long arc of Indian philosophy, few figures shines with the clarity and a rational brilliance, and we are talking about Rishi Kapil, the sage credited with founding of the Sankhya Darshan, and his vision was not of a ritual or myth, but an analysis, definitely also an attempt to map the very structure of existence. In an age where the spiritual truth were often veiled in the symbolism, Kapil offered a framework that was systematic, logical, and enduring. His contribution was not merely to Indian thought, but to the universal quest for understanding consciousness and matter. Kapil's philosophy began with a profound dualism, the distinction between Purush and Prakriti. So, Purush is pure consciousness, which is eternal, unchanging, and the silent witness of reality, while the Prakriti is nature, which is dynamic and mutable, the source of all material phenomena. From their interplay arises the cosmos. With its multi-simplicity of form and experience, the vision was revolutionary, for it explained the universe not as a whim of God, but unfolding principles, ordered, knowable, and accessible to human reasons. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So let's continue further on this subject. He enumerated 25 tattva or principles that chart the evolution of universe from subtle intellect and egos and to the mind, and also senses and element. And this systematic approach gave Sankhya its name, enumeration, and its enduring appeal. Kapil's framework becomes the foundation upon which later traditions, including yoga and Ayurveda, built their practices. The Trigun theory, that is three three-dimension theory, and in this Trigun theory, there are three subjects which definitely are debatable, and they are very, very unique. One is sattva. Sattva means purity. The other one is rajas, that means passion, and the last one is tamas, that is darkness. And this all remains the central of understanding human psychology and health even today. So while Kapil was not merely a philosopher of categories, his ultimate concern was liberation, that is moksha. And he taught that bondages arise when the consciousness identifies with the matter, mistaking the transient of eternal. So that is one thing which is very, very deep. And when we talk about liberation, liberation comes through a discrimination and recognizing the difference between Purush and Prakriti. In this clarity lies freedom, the soul no longer entangled in the cycles of birth and death, but resting in its own pure awareness. His path was one of the knowledge, and it is not a ritual, but it is insight and not any kind of spiritual superficiality, you know. So in 2026, the Kapil's relevance is striking. So as humanity grapples with the artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the blurring of boundaries between mind and machine, his distinction between consciousness and material processes offer a lens of clarity. So neuroscience may map the mind, the algorithm may stimulate thought, but Kapil's remind us that awareness itself, the silent witness, is actually indissoluble. So his philosophy resonates with modern debate on whether consciousness can be explained by material science or whether it points to something beyond. So definitely this is a point of discussion, getting more awareness about this. So moreover, Kapil's Trigun theory finds echoes in contemporary psychology and behavioral science. The restless drive of rajas, the inertia of tamas, and the clarity of sattva mirrors the state of mind studied even today. So his insight into the idea that effects the pre-exist in the cause align with the modern understanding of continuity in neutral processes. So in a sustainability discourse, his vision of interconnectedness between matter and consciousness inspire holistic approach of ecology and ethics. So Kapil's legacy also lives in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna speaks of Sankhya as the path of wisdom and contemplating yoga and devotion. His rational spirit influenced Buddhist and Jain thoughts also, and his systematic enumeration shaped the centuries of Indian intellectual life. So in every age, his philosophy has been rediscovered not as a relic but a living framework of inquiry, of living, understanding the Sankhya philosophy. As we stand in 2026, facing crisis of environment, technology, and identity, Kapil's voice whispers across millennia. And seek clarity, distinguish the eternal from the transient, and liberation will follow. So his contribution is not confined to ancient text. It is a compass of modern seekers, scientists, and philosophers alike. In the lattice of his 25th principle, we find not only a map of cosmos but a mirror for the human conditions. Kapil's gift was not the courage to think systematically, to trust reason alongside devotion, and to see the liberation as the fruit of knowledge. His Sankhya reminds us one of the humanity's earliest and most profound attempt to understand existence. In 2026, as we decode Genomes and program a machine, his wisdoms reminds us the dance of matter is endless. But the witness, the Purush, remains untouched, eternal and free. So we have come to the end of this live stream. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to say a huge heartfelt thank you for all the wonderful birthday messages, calls and thoughtful wishes I received. Honestly, reading and hearing from so many of you made my day truly special. It's often said that birthdays are just another day, but when you receive that outpouring of affection, it's a powerful reminder of the incredible network of people who care about you. It really does make a difference. Thank you for making my day so special and making me feel so celebrated. And that brings me to why I think the simple act of wishing someone well is so important. Whether it's for their birthday or any other occasion, a wish isn't just words. It's a small intentional moment of connection. It tells someone, I'm thinking of you and I value you. In our busy lives, these little gestures of kindness and recognitions are vital. They strengthen our bond, lift our spirits, and remind us that we weren't alone. So let's keep the momentum going. Let us continue to be generous with our appreciation and well wishes, not just for me, but for everyone. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In the era of endless data saturation, 24/7 market analysis and constant forecasting, the most dangerous trap for modern CEO is the noise. Are you making decision based on reality, or are you operating within a loop of the past assumption and the future anxiety? In this video, we decode timeless principle from Bhagavad Gita that serves as a masterclass in strategic clarity. We explore how to break free from the forecast of the illusion, the collective confusion that clouds executive judgment, and reclaim the ability to see the market as it truly is. Let's go. Imagine your average Tuesday morning. You walk into your office or open your laptop at home, and the flood begins. Slack notification, earning reports, market forecasts from analysts who have never run a business, opinions from stakeholders, the anxiety of what your competitors might be doing next week. We are living in an era of unprecedented data saturation. As a CEO, you are trained to listen. You are told to keep your ears to the ground, to listen to the market, and gather intelligence. But what happens when the intelligence you gather is actually blocking your vision? What if the very act of listening to the noise is exactly what preventing you from seeing the reality of your business? Today we are going to explore a radical ancient principle that directly addresses the modern executive trap. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 52, and it offers a solution to the most common leadership struggle of our time, the struggle between reacting to the noise and acting with a true clarity. We are going to learn why, as a leader, you must stop listening to the chorus of illusion and start seeing the objective truth. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. The verse we are focusing on is simply very simple, few words, yet very profound. And the quote starts: emerging from the forest of illusion, the intelligence becomes detached from what has been heard and what will be heard. Quote close. Let's break down for the boardroom. The forest of illusion isn't a magical place. It's your daily operational environment. It's the echo chamber of industry experts. It's the fear mongering of the financial news. It is the what we have always done culture within your company. The words highlight two specific dangerous traps. First, what has been heard. This is your history. It's your past success that you're trying to replicate, or your past failures that you're terrified of repeating. It is a legacy data. When you lead based on solely what you have heard, you are living in the past. What will be heard is a second one. This is the speculation. It's what if scenario. The AI hype cycles, the fear of future competition. When you lead based on this, you are living in an anxiety. So, when you are trapped in this forest, your intelligence, your strategic foresight is compromised. You aren't seeing the business, you are seeing the hallucination of your own biases and external noise. So, friends, what does detachment actually means here? Does it mean you stop reading reports? Does it mean you fire your strategic, the team responsible for strategic outcome? Absolutely not. In business, detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means intellectual sovereignty. It means you receive the information, you acknowledge the report, you hear the opinion, but you do not let it become your reality. Think of it like a seasoned ship captain in a storm. The captain hears the wind, they see the waves, they understand the data from the radar, they are aware of all of it, but they do not become the storm themselves. They don't panic because the wind is loud. They maintain their grip on the wheel, focused on the horizon and the true destination. Most CEOs are currently letting the wind steer the ship. They are reacting to every gust of market volatility. The goal of this Gita inspired leadership is to stop letting the noise determine your trajectory. How do you actually transition from listening to seeing? And here are three-step framework which I would like to offer to you. Step one, the noise filter, and it's an audit. Once a week, look at your data point you consume. Ask yourself, is this objective reality, or is this someone's interpretation of reality? A financial report is data. A market sentiment analysis is an opinion. Separate the two. If you can't act on it directly, it is noise. Minimize your exposure to it. Step number two, the what if quarantine. When you find yourself spiraling about what will be heard, the future fears, write them down. Then move them to a quarantine folder. Do not address them until your monthly strategic review is done. When you look at them later, you will be surprised at how many of those urgent fear have evaporated. you are detaching from the future anxiety to focus on the present execution. Step number 3, assessing the observer's self. This is the most critical part. When a crisis hit, force a 10-second pause. Physically, step back from your screen, ask yourself, if I were a consultant looking at this form of from the outside with no emotional stake in the past or the future, what would I see? That is your intelligence, that is your clarity, that is the strategic vision you are paid to provide. So, why does this matter? Because in a world of hype, clarity is the ultimate competitive advantage. Everyone else is reacting, everyone else is chasing the same trends, reading the same newsletter, and getting scared by the same headlines. When you detach, when you move out of the forest, you see the opportunity that others are literally too loud to hear. You stop competing on the noise, you start competing on the substance. You become the CEO who doesn't get rattled by a market drip. You become the leader whose team feels calm because your direction is based on objective truth, not temporary emotion. This isn't just mindfulness, this is the high performance business strategy. It is a practice of being immovable in the center of the hurricane. The verse from chapter 2, verse 52 is a call to maturity. It's a time to stop looking for answers in the noise. The answers isn't in another market report. The answer is in your ability to clarify your own vision. So, friends, I challenge you this week. Identify one noise source in your life, a meeting, a report, a channel that contributes more to your anxiety than your insight. Cut it out, create the space, step out of the forest, start seeing the reality of your business. So, friends, if you found this perspective helpful, share this with other leaders who need to hear it. And for more deep dives into the intersection of ancient wisdom and the modern strategy, make sure you subscribe our channel. I'm CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one, my friends. Hello, friends. Are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept. But let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot, it is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression, it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite. And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one.